Today I'm going to show you how I rebuilt this Gothic tower that is on the Lost Colony map in ARK Survival Ascended to be a all-in-one base because this place is huge. I actually tried to connect all of the different layers with each other and that turned out to be quite the undertaking. One of the sides is completely built up so it connects the bottom platforms with the top layers, and in general this base offers an insane amount of space, a full-on crafting hall for all of your crafting and storage needs, plenty of space for all of your different breeding needs, and a proper greenhouse to grow all of your plants. I built this on stream, but just to make it a little easier to follow, this is the entire build back to back. It is quite a long one, so you probably want to take some turns building this if you're going to try and copy this over. Now, the total structure obviously turned out much higher than the official limit, so if you want to build this unofficial and you want to use some of this as inspiration, you might have to pick and choose which areas you want to rebuild. I would recommend always starting out in the middle, because then sometimes you can actually go slightly over the build limit. Just keep in mind that once you go over, you can't even place any decorations inside. So make sure to finish your crafting hall before you go too big. And of course, in your breeding rooms, it doesn't matter too much if you can't place anything down in there as long as they are secure. Hello there, survivors. So today we're going to take on this entire build, and if you enjoy seeing builds like this, make sure to like the video and of course subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. I really appreciate all of the support, and feel free to leave your suggestions for the next build you'd like to see down in the comments below. And if you want to see a full tour of this base, check out the video already made on that, so you can see this whole place in more detail before you start the giant undertaking of trying to rebuild this one yourself. So what I've done is I've basically lined up the foundations pretty much perfectly with the center. It's a little slightly off, but it's good enough, I hope. We'll find out as we start to lay down more of the foundations whether it's actually good. I also don't know if we'll do like foundations to the very edge. Probably not, because this is actually a really cool like balcony design, so we might keep some of the edges you know, non-foundationed. We'll see. The main job for the downstairs building is that we need to somehow connect the building up to the top here, because I think it would be nice if there's some kind of staircase leading up to the top layer. It is time to start laying down some foundations. So we have a few over here. We're just gonna see where this ends up at. I think, yeah, it looks like it should be pretty aligned here as well. Again, I don't know if we're gonna actually foundation off the entire building, because I mean, I think it would be nice to have some balconies going on, obviously. But we'll definitely go for a little bit. I think first of all, we're probably going to design this main room though. So for now, I think what we'll try to do is just kind of focus on getting this main room foundationed and see how that works. So I think that looks like it's going pretty nicely along that line, actually. That seems pretty equal to where I did it here, right? Like, yeah, that feels roughly around the same place. So again, we're just going to do the foundations first for this bottom part, because then we can kind of design this first hall, the entrances to the different sides, before we move on to the balconies and think of a way to, well, build up the main structures that we're going to have to do ourselves. Because of course everything below this, we only really need the gates, and then you could close off, like you need some walls and gates, and then you have this middle part done, which I think is going to be quite convenient if you'd want to use this as a base, because realistically, as soon as I've got these foundations in here and I place some gates on each end, I could totally start living here, right? Like, it is very easy to secure a location like this and then slowly work on building up the rest of the layers. So yeah, I think if we go until there, that seems pretty fair for this side. It's just kind of a feeling based. I don't know if there's an exact science to it. Probably not, because usually these places don't necessarily perfectly align with pre-build or like with the normal structures. Like pre-built structures don't usually fit the same kind of sizes, but we'll see. Let's first of all try to see what this would look like. It actually does fit within those arches, so I think it is definitely an option to use. I'm not sure if we'll use the gates everywhere, like the gate itself, but the posts we can definitely use as some cool big pillars for sure. So let's see. We want to have one here, and this one obviously we will want to have a gate because that's one of the entrances, so hopefully it will fit. And I think it actually is a pretty nice looking gate. Yeah, it is. So this already fits in quite nicely. They did it so well with the first skin they did. The Frontier skin, so good because they gave us a window option. I don't know how they didn't realize that they should have done that for all of the options, because we always want more windows. Because greenhouse is not a very nice looking window. Okay, so we would have another one here. Yeah, I definitely think we want to have those big pillars on each side. I think that is gonna be quite a nice look, because honestly these gate skins just have very nice little accents and details on it that we can't really get any other way. So I definitely think that is a good thing to get. Then over here, of course, there's not a lot that is left to fill in. Did I actually... Wait. I might have to delete this for now. Okay. Well, that's a big broken gate. I need to be able to see if I can snap a wall or something down here. We kind of have, so that should be the wall. Can I keep it? Oh, there's no foundation there. So the main issue that we have here, or maybe we don't, maybe I actually managed to snap a foundation down there. That would be very helpful if I did. I think I did. Awesome. I mean, if that is actually in the right spot, which it appears to be, that is going to be very helpful. So yeah, we want to definitely have the main gate be a nice behemoth gate, because just the little spikes they have on those, that's probably my favorite part of the entire skin in general, which is really nice. And then I think these walls will just have... We don't really need a lot of detail on these. It's just because, I mean, most of this is already filled in now with these. Oh no, yeah. Most spots do not really align with vanilla structures, unfortunately. It's kind of what I assume instantly when I start building one of these spots. But, yeah, I mean, that gate really helps. So we're going to get all the regions and the gunmetal. Oh, not the charcoal. The gunmetal, I think, is what I used. So I'm using the ASR painter because that just makes painting a little bit easier since I don't have to craft the paint. But of course, vanilla would work the same. You just need more paint yourself. There we go. That fills in those gaps. I guess now the main one is going to be what will be the main shape, because normally this is what you would do. And the issue with that is that there's still kind of gaps. I guess we could build into these gaps. Because I guess we could have more shallow slopes. Okay, maybe I need to open this gate. Maybe that will help me. There we go. So yeah, I don't know if that's probably not going to be possible if you're trying to do this on official, but in my experience, doing these rebuilds on official is a little bit more tricky anyway, with like the clipping and everything. At least what I've heard in my comments. There we go. I don't think I'm gonna do paint all, just because, well, now it wouldn't have mattered too much yet, but eventually we're gonna have structures we don't want to paint. So better to not use it. Let's see. So we have the gate, very easy. We could just kind of fill up the rest of the wall, but I feel like we kind of at least probably want to have some windows in here. So maybe to the side we can have some windows. There we go. Something like this. It's not a lot of walls that are needed to fill in this place, to be honest. Then we want to use the trim skins on these so that we can get some tall windows there. And we can use normal skins on the rest of this. There we go. Let's start painting these. Oh, almost done. And then, yeah, we want to shape up these windows in the right way. So we want to get those arches in. There we go. I think that looks pretty nice. And then we want to add in our windows. We can skin those windows. Or maybe I need to use the trim skin. Is that it? Yeah. There we go. And then for the full effect, we want to go and paint these red. We do want to make sure that we are looking at the right one. Yeah, that's gonna look quite cool. Yeah, look at that. That is pretty nice. That fits the vibe. What we also might want to do is have like a... Is it a deco box or is it a trophy? I always forget. Might be a trophy actually. Let's see. No, it's definitely a trophy. Because we could have a little bit of a statue over here. Yeah, it's always a shame when people claim like an epic spot like this and then just end up building a box. It's always a bit frustrating. I mean, I think the dragon's probably the best one. We can, of course, make that a bit bigger like that. Look at that. And then I guess we can also change its color. I mean, I don't know if I want to necessarily make it red. Probably not. There we go. Yeah, look at that. That is pretty cool. I mean, it's a very simple wall, of course, since the gate does most of the work. But I do think this works with those nice clean bricks that now are painted. And then these Lost Colony structures, making it stand out a little bit. Quite an easy way. And honestly, this is the main thing you need to protect, because this connects up to all the paths here in the mountains. But yeah, that is a nice looking gate. That means for now, though, I at least want to build up the walls next to these entrances, because, well, realistically, there's not a lot of work to it, because it's kind of just placing these two large walls in, then we're done. I guess the main thing is, I mean, I definitely don't want to have the gates in here, because if I have the gates in there, it's going to be very hard to have those open and close. I guess what we could have is have smaller gates in the big gate. That could look quite nice. And then we can use these ones. Which I guess means the biggest creatures you could have in this hallway, which probably is big enough, let's be honest. This is quite a big place. And then creatures that still fit through these arches can still go off to the different directions, I suppose. Because, I mean, it's just a nice structure. It does also mean we'll need some pillars in there, because we need the step points up here, you know, to fill in the rest of the walls. Because, I mean, I guess I could have snapped it to these walls as well, I guess. Maybe I should do that. Then we don't waste any structures that we don't even really see. And I guess we don't really need them either. So, yeah, that would be the look. These would all be stones. Same over there. And I guess we can do that for all of these different sides. Maybe wait up with painting a little bit, because otherwise it's going to take quite a while. We might as well do it after we've done the majority of this. And then I guess would this mostly just be a wall, because it's going to be an interior wall, right? Look into first. Let's see kind of what shape we want to make. So this is 2 wide, so that would be 4 wide, 6 wide, 8, 10, and then you could probably go for 12. 12, we still have a decent shape on the outside. I think that is what we're going to go for now. Because I kind of like the idea of still having balconies around the building we end up making. I think that is quite nice. Because again, some of these structures that are here, they're a lot nicer than any fencing we can build. So, yeah, I think that is nothing more than reasonable to keep those. How far do we want this build to go, though? I guess it depends on what you want to do. I guess you don't really need like a transmitter with like a room for a boss army. That's not really... I mean, I guess it could be a thing. Can you launch your own boss fights, or do you have to go to the city? I don't even know. I've not got that far. I don't know if we need to keep that in mind. But I guess potentially we could have like a bit of a bigger landing spot for like flies, etc. Because at some point the building is big enough, right? We don't have to go all the way to the edge, probably. So what we most likely want to end up doing is kind of design some nice windows, I think. Something like that. There we are. So that would kind of be the start of this layer, and then we could have these things as the window shapes, because that would turn into these. Is that something I want to have, or do I want to just keep it like this? And then we could have the pillars in the middle of these sections, I think. There we go. That's kind of a nice wall section, I would say. And especially if we then add more actual windows in here. Okay, and I think now if I change this, it should look quite nice already. You know, or evil vampire outpost. It's epic tower. What do we do for any kind of next layer? Because for example, we could do something like this and have a layer of roofs in here, because again, it is already a pretty big building, so we don't need that much more. And then we can start the second layer over there. There we go. I think that could definitely work. And then we could have some nice details here above the windows that we have. I think that looks pretty nice. Would we want anything like that? Do we like the pointy roofs on these builds? I don't know. I mean, some of the builds in the city definitely do have those big points at the ends. I'm using the Castle Craft cosmetic for the windows. I mean, I think this is a pretty good option for the roofs here. I think I like that. To create a little bit more of those spikes that we see on some of the existing architecture on the map. And with these, we don't have to go quite as steep. It just creates a little bit more interest, I think. There we go. And then I think we'll probably go for the actual Lost Colony roofs. I think that is quite a nice option. Because I do actually quite like the roof texture. I just wish there was a variant with a little window in it, like the steampunk one has. That would have been very nice. Okay, there we go. So slowly but surely we are getting a pretty nice site together here. And I think then if we have these pillars also be a skin, I think that's going to be another nice little accent if we have the Castle Craft painted walls in between everything. I think that is going to combine in quite a cool way. Do I want to have those? I kind of do, I think. Because again, quite like those textures and the way that's going to balance. And then if we use these around, I think that is going to make for quite a cool wall. Probably want to take out our paint now. What do I have? Okay. There we go. We can kind of see what this side is going to look like. There we go. Yeah, that's all that's really is missing, isn't it? Just a cleaner wall. That really helps so much already to create a much nicer build. And just for full effect, let's create these dark red windows, because I do quite like the effect of that, because of course it fits all the red accents in the Lost Colony skins. It fits the whole theme that the map has going. So I think that is definitely the way to go. Yeah, look at that. That is pretty nice. That is pretty nice indeed. Now, is there in fact a window skin for this size is what I wonder. I don't think there is. Because that could have been nice to create some more shapes. But I guess, I mean, it's still pretty good, just like this. And I think what I then want for the top, since we're using Castle Craft anyway, like you could definitely, the railings, you could change those into steampunk ones. They are very nice, but I think these are slightly better. This is really what I wish we would have had as an alternative in the Lost Colony skins for railings, because that would have been quite useful and quite nice. There we go. I think that fits quite well this way. Some nice windows. The only thing that I would like to do is create a little bit more depth on the sides. So what I might try to do is some of these. That feels... Oh yeah, we have all sorts of those. Maybe a little bit lower. Maybe that's all we really need. We could create some nice arches here, because I think that we can create into an arch. And then if we got that one on there, it should look quite nice. And we then want to have... Oh yeah, I think that is the addition we need. So I guess let's add those along the sides. There we go. And we'll just have these on top. And then I guess we are gonna do the final pillar first before we add in... Oh, I added a pillar there. That's not where I wanted. There we go. And then we can add the skins to them. And it should give us a pretty nice look. So we want to do these ones first. The castle skin on those. And then the trim for the top layer. There we are. And then get those bigger variants in there. And I guess we also, at the same time, want to make sure that we add the arch. Oh god. Arch in. There we are. Okay. Yeah, and that's just gonna make sure that it isn't as flat of a wall. It's just a bit more interesting this way. We can, of course, also... oh god. Okay, surely if I look at the inside here, it is in fact gonna paint the doorways and not the pillar. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, I think that works. So now that we have that layer of the build, I think what's next is adding some ceilings around here. Which I guess is going to meet up all the way here at where the doorway is. And then actually I think we're going to want some of these railings around the edge. Not down there. Because we're going to have more balconies up here. It's all about those layers. We're going to create those layers. I'm not too worried about the front just yet. That's a future me problem. But I do know that I want a balcony along the side here just because, well, look at these railings. They are very nice for balconies. So I want to add a little bit of that to create some nice effects here. And then I think what we could potentially do for the top layer is once again have some of these gates, but then in an offset, so it's a little bit more interesting. I'm not sure if I want to add the last one, because that kind of depends on what the front is going to do, you know, what's going to happen on there. So we'll see. Now, the main question on this side that I have is potentially we could actually have a lot of these arches because we could have windows in a few. So let's say that these are the windows, so offset with the ones that we had. But we could also use some of these as actual access points to the balcony. So we can turn these into windows. I think that would look quite nice. Just because of all those little arches that are now just going to keep on going. I think here at the final wall, I am just going to go for the full walls just because it is so close to that gate. But this also kind of leads up to how high we need this to go in the first place, which is quite useful. So I think here at the end, we'll do the same thing. And then I'll need at least one of these layers to go all the way across from one side to the other, of course. There we go. I mean, I think that looks quite nice, actually. We definitely want to have those pillars. And then I guess wherever we have the gates, we could have a pillar above it to kind of match the normal pattern that we would have, I think. And then I guess these would all be the castle walls. Oh, and then these, of course, would also be those pillars. There we are. So what would that look like if we have like one open there, one open here? I will say the only downside to this is that it starts with a window and it ends with a door. But I guess the only way to not have that is have another gate here. So let's wait until we see what we do at the front, because we can always, you know, either add another gate here or add one there, which is both fine. And yeah, you can still walk around these once it's open, so the balcony is big enough. Do I want these? I think I do. So we'll go along the edge. There we go. Is this still painting? Yeah, it's still painting the right thing. We can get this wall nicely painted. Awesome. So yeah, I think that is definitely looking pretty nice. And I guess then, I mean, still one of the main things is, of course, what the end of this build is going to be. Let's at least kind of connect the foundations across. And I suppose that pretty soon I'm going to have to start copying this over. So we might as well add a little bit of the structure in here. So every 4, we're going to add in these pillars that are 4 high, so that we can already match the aesthetic we established on the other side. And then I also think it's time to reset the sun before it's gonna set, because it's getting pretty low in the sky. There we go. So yeah, we would have these walls in place. There we go. We can start building up this wall a little bit. Because realistically, we just kind of need to know exactly where the roofs are going to meet to make a good decision on the front of the building, I think. So let's make sure we add those in. And we can start transforming some of this. There we are. good. We can create some nice windows. Awesome. And of course, the castle walls all the way across. There we go. It is pretty easy to match the designs, of course, from one side to the other. But that is hopefully going to help us kind of determine whether or not we like what we have created, and more importantly, because I think we do like what we've created, but more importantly, we can help shape up the actual front or the end of this build, or this side of the building, so that we know how that is going to look. But yeah, I do think that in general this is going to be a pretty nice hall. Definitely a very spacious hall already. Like, just this thing could probably house everything you need. There we go. We have these little additions that we want to make. Oh, I'm missing a piece there. So let's make sure that we add that in. There we go. And then, of course, we want to have our railings. Awesome. That's looking quite nice. Now, I want to make sure that that ceiling is going to face the same way as the one on the other side. I assume it will, because it would be kind of strange if it didn't, because there's no different way of snapping these, but better to check. There we are. So we'll bring this all the way across. And I guess we can start skinning these roofs. There we go. That is getting there. We want to change these to the dungeon skin. Awesome. Again, that's a pretty good start. And then I guess we want to add the railings. All the way till the very end. We can add those skins too, so that we get those nice balconies on there. Awesome. I guess that's where we want to have another wall. Just a window, and then we want to have a bunch of gates. And then we have another pillar. And we have some more walls over there. And I guess we can bring these across the top. There we go. And then, of course, some of these will be windows, others will be gates. So we can start filling in the windows first. You know, get some nice lights into the castle so that we can see everything. And then I guess we want to have a bunch of the actual gates in there. I mean, it even is going to let me do that. I don't think I'll do it because it's going to be too busy to have all of those opened, but you could use them as giant shutters technically. Again, that might get very, very busy, but this already does the trick quite well. So we'll have those going on. Actually, we want to have those pillars on top of each of those gates that are actually used as gates. There we go. Nice. And then the rest of this quite easily. Oh, there's definitely... Oh no, there's a wall. It just goes invisible when you try to place it. There we go. That is onto the same height now on both sides. So maybe let's add our paint in so that we can really get the right vibe of the entire place. But yeah, I think so far it is going pretty well. Building a very big base, because look at how much space we're going to have in here. This is going to be... You can have your entire base in just this building. And there's going to be so much more. So I guess there's going to be lots of breeding opportunities in this space. That's for sure. So even if you want to breed an entire Occident army, it's going to not be any issues over here. There we go. We want to do the windows, of course. Get those nice red glows on them. And we're going to do that for each and every window. Yeah, I really like the red glow on the windows. Very, very nice. There we are. Okay, well, that definitely helps. Actually, we still need to add the red glow over on this side. But yeah, the red stained glass is... Oh, I wish that was in the normal skin. I don't know why they didn't do it. I really hope they will. I kind of, you know, seeing the Winter Wonderland skins especially, kind of hope they just hire more of the mod makers to help with skins, because they do such a good job. And it would really be nice if we also got official skins for the smithy and all of the other utilities, you know, so that you can have the entire base in the same vibe on official skins, so that everyone sees the skins, which is of course the bigger advantage of the official skins. All right, let's start filling in, if it lets me, the foundation of this build, because that's going to be important if we're going to be working on the roof. So we're going to add a bunch more foundations, and that will hopefully give us all the support for the roof. Should do. Yeah, and especially some of these more recent skins, like all of, except for the Frontier one, I feel like that is one you can use a lot of without it getting crazy. But the other ones are quite busy, so if you don't mix them, it gets very crazy. Which is definitely this Lost Colony one is very busy. So it can be nice, but if you use it on the entire base, I think that's going to be a bit crazy. A bit much. There we go. We should have the support now for our base. The bigger question is, of course, what is this outside going to look like? Yeah, Steampunk was very busy, and then it was busy on both sides in different ways, which was even more difficult to handle. So I think what I want to do is try to kind of round off the building here. Maybe have a nice shape like that. So that's 4, 5, 6, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at that. Perfect. Because then we could kind of round the building over here. That would mean changing. Of course. It's always going to break my pillars. It's always going to break my pillars. Always. Can you please not break my pillars for once? Yeah, because I think that's just going to add a nice shape to the building. You actually see a lot of these rounded roofs and buildings in the main city too. So we're kind of trying to make this building really fit in the style and shape of a lot of the architecture that we already see. There we go. We can go fill in all the sides. Bunch of triangles. Okay, so we have the final side, and I kind of think that we might go for something like this just because of the way that could look. And then I think we want to have a gate there in the middle. So that's going to be gates. There we go. Oh, and we definitely want to have those skinned. All right. And then, of course, these insides are going to get our lovely windows. And a nice window over here. Or alternatively, we could actually have just more windows here. Maybe that is the vibe we're going for. More windows at the very end. There we are. Some big, nice windows, let in all the light. Enjoy the views, etc. There we go. And then I think we can just have, I mean, we know we just need one layer on top of this to connect all these different parts. Probably have at least some pillars up there to kind of connect back up, and then I guess maybe in the middle we'd want to have another one to spruce things up a bit, and then pretty sure that that's just going to be more castle to go all the way around. There we go. And then we have the paint for all windows. And we're gonna do a bunch of painting again. But it's definitely gonna be worth it. There we go. Now, of course, this layer we want to paint for gunmetal again to make sure that it blends in very nicely. we can do that all the way around. There we go. I think I like that look. Of course, means that we can have these over here. Some nice stairs leading up to the building. It's really all we need. We still need to build these on the other side too, but that's a small little detail. We know how to add those. Then we can start on the roof. So that is actually just going to be these triangles all the way around the edge. Oh, nope. Nope. And then down here, I mean, it's going to be impossible to kind of create like any form of... No, yeah, we can't really build like the same kind of peaks as we have there. So we kind of just need to follow this along the edge. Because yeah, that's going to be... It's not really possible on these triangle pieces. There we go. So that just kind of rotates around like that. Which also means we can, of course, continue our walkway. So the balcony can actually just continue around the side, which is pretty nice. Oh, my dino detergent is kind of pushing them around my base because with all the railings in the walls, they can't really go anywhere. But that is fine. So we have those now. Then we want to add in or continue our railings around the outside here. That is very nice. We can then add in more skins. There we go. All the way around. Connect up the walkways again. There we go. We also, of course, want to skin the roofs. We want to make sure that those meet up with each other. So we're just going to change all these to make sure they match the right aesthetic. And we can kind of continue these all the way through to the end. Awesome. That looks quite nice. And then I think another thing we can actually now start to think of is where do we want to add these? Do I add those in the middle of those things? That might be the way. Just to give these a bit more detail to them. And obviously we'll need them there. We might have some extras here. And then same over here on this side, of course. Okay, I guess we can't do the last one. But we can add the skin for all of these. There we go. That should already help quite a bit. And then we can continue for this next layer. I think the next layer is actually going to be really easy again. I think that's just going to be the gates, because that's going to, I think, fit perfectly here. And I think we're just going to have windows on the end. I think having the end just be windows is just a really nice move. Get plenty of light inside, but also just, you know, enjoy all the views. And it looks nice, I think. So we can do all of those, and then I guess we do need another layer on top of these to make sure that the wall continues all the way. So we do need our actual pillars at the very end. Nope. Those ones. And then we can, of course, add these gates. And then, nope. We should be able to transform these into the castle too. And we can add our beautiful windows. And then we are almost ready to start on the roof. There we go. Look at that. That is definitely looking very impressive. Now that I think of it, we probably want to have some gates in these at least. And probably just want to have them all opened, but we do want to be able to close those in between. And then, I mean, it is in essence quite easy what the shape of the roof is going to be. Just making sure that these two ends meet up, I suppose. Because that part is going to be entirely the same. Just a question of whether we want to... Oh, hello, Yuti. Whether we want to spruce things up or not. Because technically we could have a lot of little details around this edge. I also wonder if we can add any details in any other way, but we'll find out. For now, we will at least build up the roof all the way here into the building. I guess that's all what we need here. That means it pretty well with that build, actually. That is quite nice to see. So, in theory, what we could do is basically have this kind of roof going on for this entire side, which might actually be a very nice way to give it a bit more detail. There we go. I mean, I think that works. We could even, of course, do the similar thing as we did below, but maybe we only do that for certain parts. So only above the windows, we make them stick out a little bit. Yeah, because that adds just that extra little bit, I suppose. There we are. So we want to have some railings on top of all of these sections as well, of course. Awesome. There we go. And then I guess we can also start transforming all of these skins. Might have to change some of these roofs on the inside because some of them kind of poked through. Not too much actually. Okay, so we can change all of those skins as well. And just make sure that we get this entire roof looking the very best. There we go. Yeah, we gotta go for it. We gotta go for it. So, over here on the top, we kind of just wanna at least have the top layer just be roofs. We know that for sure. And I guess we also kind of know for sure that this first layer over here is just gonna be the roof. Then we'll see what else. We might have some little details alongside the roof in the middle. There we go. We can have that one. And I guess this is where those details come in again. There we go. Snap points are struggling. Nope. Struggling a little bit. There we go. I really like how they updated the snow coverage system. It's really nice. There we go. We'll have those pieces stick out again. There we are. And then we just need some railings on top of these parts. We can have one there, over here, and all the way at the very end. Get those railings looking nice. And again, we want to just continue this all over, and then we can go crazy with the lost colony skin for the remaining pieces to get the roof into shape. There we go. Oh, sometimes it's hard to see which ones we've done and which ones we've not. There we are. That should be all of the existing roof. Let's also do the top layer already. Why not? Oh, some of that is, I guess, already covered by the top layers. There we go. So that is already starting to take shape. It is a very big building for sure. Like, this is going to give you a ton of space. So next up is seeing if we want any kind of window and how big we'd want those. I don't think we want them too big, honestly, so maybe we just want to do something like this. I probably should have started at the opposite side, but this seems to work out fine. Because we could end up with some little additions in the roof. Just again to kind of break them up, because otherwise it is a rather large roof with no details or additions at all. And this way we can at least add in a little bit. Oh, we are also gonna add like that, just that little extra bit of snow that is gonna melt away. There we go. Awesome. Can do all of these. We of course can change the skins so that it should all blend into the rest of the roof now. Oh, I did not actually change all of the railings yet. We'll do that afterwards. There we are. And then, of course, the spikes on top of these parts. Yeah, that's looking quite nice. And I think what we'll do for the rest of those windows... Actually, I keep forgetting. Is there a, like, window trim for these? No. Is there a window in these? There is, so we could have those. That's probably the one to go for, because you could use the Frontier skin, of course. That's kind of what I was thinking, but this fits the vibes a bit more. We could even have them with glass inside. I guess we'll just have to figure out if we can paint the insides red, but we might be able to do that. I think that looks quite nice in general. And I guess that is the pattern to repeat on this side. So we can just start filling in the roof like this. And that should already give us the right pattern. Add those little additions. There we go. I mean, it is one of the more obvious locations, of course, to turn into a base. So I was very sure that when I saw this, people are gonna probably want to see something built here. And it is a pretty cool place to try and rebuild. It's actually very big. Like, there's a lot of space here. This is like a proper base. Probably don't even need all of it necessarily. Like, you have so much space for breeding and everything. And I mean, I guess if you're an official, you probably can't even build everything up as detailed as I am with structure limits, but yeah, it is a very cool spot. Although, I mean, I don't know that for sure yet, of course. I haven't built up everything, but judging by the addition we built here, to be fair, it is a rather large addition. You might struggle. Maybe we should have done the sides first. But this is looking quite nice. There we go. I think I also want to have, oops, the railings across the top of our roof. Yeah, it's a really good spot. And of course, the easy part about these kind of places is that with a few foundations and some gates, you can move in instantly because it's quite easy to secure the location, and then you can of course over time transform it into something cooler, because it would really be a shame if you claim this spot and all you do is build like a box. Like, it's such a nice structure. You definitely want to try and, you know, do that justice, I think. Okay, let's add in these walls. Let's make sure we have our windows in here. And then finally change these roofs, and of course add the railings on top of here too. Awesome. There we go. And then just some more spikes, and then we should have another part of the roof done. There we go. That is starting to look quite nice. I shouldn't forget about the supports down the side here, but we are definitely getting closer and closer to actually having the whole build going here. Oh yeah, there's so I'm using the awesome ARK tools, and it has like a bubble basically that is pushing all of the creatures away so they stop interfering with me. But of course, because of the ruin here, they kind of get stuck on everything and just kind of get launched all over the place. So that's why whenever I do like tutorials or showcases or anything, if you ever see like dinos flying around in the background or whatever, it's usually because of that. They're just getting pushed around by the force field that I have. Because there's nothing more annoying than trying to build and there's like a UT that just keeps roaring right next to you. Especially for these types of videos. So yeah, that's why those things happen. But you know, it's quite nice because it delivers a lot of funny moments. Lots of funny moments are born because of that. There we go. There we are. That is turning into quite a nice building like this. We have, it's almost like a cathedral looking kind of thing with the round bit, but I quite like the way that's turned out. So let's quickly also add those supports around this side. There we go. Just a few of these. And then finally we have those. And the half pillars at the end. There we go. Awesome. Creating some nice arches here as supports on the side. There we go. All right, awesome. I think that is the main hall. Oh, there we go. There's another guy that's being pushed here with his whole family trying to leave. Look at the size of this place, dude. This could be your entire crafting hall. That's probably what I'm gonna make out of this. This is like a giant crafting hall, which is quite nice. Of course, we have the upstairs layer as well, that at the very least we want to be accessible. So we definitely want to look into that. We'll open a few of these doors as well to get the vibes. Oh, I love the sounds of those gates. They're very, very nice. Okay, so at least this layer for sure is gonna cross over to the side. I would say at least the very last three, so that those layers are kind of connected. Then probably we would like to have this layer continue. There we are. That is like the walkways at the very least, I think we would like. And then at the very end, of course, we definitely have this filled in all the way, so we could utilize that for something. But again, this is a very big place in general, so there's all sorts of things that we could easily do in here. The main issue, I think, is where to have a staircase. Take these stairs a bit more serious. We could just have a big staircase coming down here in the middle, and then potentially could do something like this. Maybe that would be a little bit more fitting. Although it kind of doesn't align in a nice way downstairs. So maybe we want to realign that slightly by adding another layer there. And then we kind of do the same thing. So we have some stairs coming down. And then we have the platform. And we can have the stairs going off to two sides. There we go. We can, of course, add the pillars, half pillars and everything. Just a little bit more, you know, details. It's a pretty epic place, so, you know, can have some cool stairs. And I think this is probably going to be the perfect place to kind of like hide like a generator or something. Although, do you really need to hide it? Because if you're going to use skins, they look quite nice anyway. But, I mean, I guess there is an option for some hidden stuff down below. Definitely think that these look quite nice. We have the nice stairs as well. And of course, we have the railings that we can add. There we go. Yeah, we might actually just go for the full tech wall here. Or the tech wall, the Lost Colony structures there. I think we can definitely use that as a bit of accents here on the inside. Of course, we want to use the railings. We already have the little pillars. Awesome. So yeah, that's kind of how we build this all up to that top layer, which I definitely think is the way to go because it kind of fills up the room. It kind of naturally adds some dividing parts, which I think are going to be quite nice. I don't think it actually works if we have those pillars there. So I think we want to use these and then just make them stone supports, because otherwise it looks a little bit weird. And it's probably the same over here, because it blends in way too much. So we're better off adding some stone pillars underneath those to kind of break those up again. There we are. But yeah, this is going to be a pretty big crafting hall, so you can definitely get all of your different storage needs up there. And then I guess we kind of have a nice walkway around the place. Keep that open design going a little bit. There we go. Bring those around too. Yeah, I think that's a pretty obvious and nice choice. So, just a thought. I don't know if that is an option, but is there anything that I could turn this into like a bigger circle? I guess there's not. I don't know if this is with the... I don't think there was anything with this variant either, was there? No, not really. Yeah, the fires being built in, it's really, really nice. This is going to be a great place if you build your base here. Let's see. So we would have 2 layers of walls in here. No, probably we want to go for the normal castle walls, and we want to take out our paint here. We want to make sure that we paint up those large walls in the corners so they fit the vibe, and of course paint up these. There we are. Okay, and then in what way could we add details here? I guess we could kind of still have those in here. Do we want to have like interior windows? Or, oh no, actually what we could do is create some cool shapes up here with having like a little balcony. Do we want this to be a little bit bigger? No, maybe not too big. Just a nice little addition. There we go. I guess we can kind of fill in these remaining walls. Because, I mean, saves on some structures too. Nope, that's the wrong one. Okay. I don't want to overlap. There we go. So yeah, we have a nice little balcony overlooking this probably breeding area here on the inside, I'd say. Just as a nice bonus. And then we can paint this all gunmetal again, which should really help kind of blend it all in. And we might add another like statue or something on top of those. Probably want to kind of add some supports here. There we go. But yeah, at the very least, we're going to have a way to get up and down, of course. Okay, well, this is slightly awkward. I guess we just need a bunch of these in the middle. Why is that? If I remove that one, I need to remove this one. 3, but then we still have this awkward part. So it's better to just have, I guess we'll just have a bunch of these. There we go. I mean, they do look quite nice in general, so it's not a bad thing that we have to have more of these. Does add some nice looking structures. There we go. And then, I mean, if we want to do this properly, this is going to take some extra structures, but we do at least want to have these to kind of shape up this hallway a little bit more. So yeah, I think at the very least we want to add these. Yeah, and I don't think we want to add them anywhere else. There we go. Awesome. The red light's not on all 4 sides with the pillars. Yeah, I don't mind that too much, but yeah, you do need to pay attention, I guess, that your pillars are kind of rotated in a similar way to avoid like weird patterns. Okay, there we go. So yeah, if we have these kind of supports going on, I think that's quite a nice addition. Makes the hall a little bit more shaped rather than being too squared. Yeah, that looks quite nice, honestly. And I think it's probably something similar that we want to do on this layer. For as far as it will let us do that. Although I've done that there, but I guess we really need to pay attention to where the windows are on the sides here. And they will need to go in between those windows, of course. There we are. I mean, that works out pretty well so far. I guess that would end up being here. Which still works very well for me. And we could have another one at these ends. There we go. Yeah, that works. I guess then the one that kind of needs to move is the first one. Because that's not in the same placement. So where we really want it then is over here. Which also should avoid any interference of the actual structure. And again, just gives a lot more shape to the place. So it's definitely not necessary for the build, but just to add a bit more shape and character to the inside of the building, I think it is very much a good addition. There we go. We will bring all of these across. Just like that. And I think that's going to give us quite a nice hallway here. Oh. Yeah, look at how much extra shape that adds to this place. That is very nice. In general, I think I'm very happy with this entire hallway that we've got going on. I think what we want to do over here is get another nice statue there, and I think we might want to do something similar over here. So if we actually open this up, I don't have to pick the skin. I can just kind of copy it over with this. So we want to copy that skin, add that over here, add it over there, and then let's not rotate. Let's scale it up, of course, but maybe also let's go for the wyvern in here. I think that is pretty nice. There we go. Nice big wyvern head. And then maybe here on the inside we go for the trike. There we go. Just adds a little bit extra detail. Probably want to have like some banners or something. If we can have those, that would be quite cool too. But in general, I think this side building, this crafting hall, which we've decided to make it, is pretty much done. Except, of course, all of the crafting utilities, but I'm not gonna start placing those down because I'd rather focus on actually building the structures on stream, of course. Or do we shape it up? I think filling in the entire bit probably is easier. Not sure if it's wiser. But, you know, only one way to find that out. So I guess that would mean that this would be the side of the building. And then this would be the end of the building, because we can kind of use those main pillars as actual pillars for the building. I guess that is it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we end up at the main pillar. Is that the same here? 1, 2, yeah, that's the same. So at least the building itself is kind of the same shape. I guess we can then foundation this entire side. We can have quite a big expansion. And yeah, maybe we should remove the smaller gates here, just so that this bottom area, a lot of this, can be dedicated to breeding of creatures of all sizes, so we don't need to worry about them fitting through these dino gates, yes or no. That might be wise. There we go. Let's at least fill them all in. Loads of foundations going down, giving us another big area to work with. And especially if we connect this all the way up to the top, then it definitely will be big. There we go. That is one foundation done. So that's the entire addition here on this side. Basically a big square addition. And I do think I want to open that up so I can use as much of that for like breeding and everything as possible. And I think the same is going to count for the other side, because realistically all of the crafting storage is easily going to fit in that part of the build, and it makes a lot more sense that we utilize most of the rest of the space for breeding. So yeah, I think this is the same kind of pattern that we bring out over here, all the way over there. And then we bring this across once again. We also bring these back in. Oh. Yeah, so far they all kind of line up. I think we did a pretty good job lining up the structure, judging by this. Which is always nice, because that's definitely what it depends on big time. Especially since you can never have it perfect with a lot of these ARK structures, because the pre-builds never really follow the same size and shape of a normal foundation. So it's always a little bit of a give and take, but I think we did a pretty decent job. So yeah, just a few more foundations before we filled all of this in. And then I guess we're done for foundation wise for a while, until we've built up to the top layer. We'll see how far we can get today, but we'll be back tomorrow with another stream continuing this build. Because, yeah, we want to build it all the way up, and then we want to build some kind of entrance over there. So there's definitely plenty more to build. But we are off to a good start, I'd say. Let's see. I guess kind of the main designs now are these side builds. And maybe, even though I said I didn't want to, maybe we do kind of just need these, because even if we just open these up permanently, I think that still adds some interest to the whole build. Okay, so we want to have walls going across the top, and then I guess we kind of want to shape around what the gate normally would look like. So we would kind of have a little bit of an arch going on there. And I guess we want the same over here. Connect the top. And then kind of create that kind of arching shape. And then, I mean, for the rest of these layers, I would probably just fill it all in. Since it's internal walls, it makes little sense to add those little windows. So that at least gives us the main room also being filled in and done. There we go. Perfect. Don't forget to paint the large walls in the corners. And now with the new, I don't know if painting actually works in the Wisp mode. If you haven't seen it, I made a video about some of the new skills they added, which is really useful for building, because it basically gives you creative flight whilst building in survival, which is pretty amazing. I just don't know if the painting would actually work, because that would be helpful. I have a feeling it might not, because it would think the paint thing is a weapon potentially, and then you can't use it in that mode. But even just for placing down all the structures, it's a life saver. It's game changing. I don't think the Wisp has a timer. The Wisp just has a radius, doesn't seem to have a timer. Which makes sense, because it's mostly just literally for building. Which I'm very happy to see they actually gave us a skill specifically for building. There's a few in there that are useful for building, to be fair. Alright, so there we go. We have kind of these gates into the center room, which I'm still thinking is going to be also part of breeding. And then we need to figure out the sides here, which are definitely going to be quite tall. So we'll see what kind of structure we can make here. That is potentially... Oh no, that's 4 over there. I don't know if there's actually a mill here. I don't know if those big gates are going to work here. Might be a better option at least. Oh, that's not great. The hitbox of those structures seems to be quite bad on this side. Oh no, there we go. Awesome. Yeah, we can kind of fill in these corners at least, I think. Because those definitely need to be walls as much as possible. Okay. Can't have any walls next to that. How many foundations do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be kind of the middle, which I guess is important to know. And then honestly, we might kind of just want to build up that middle Like pretty much all the way. Oh, this is going to be a tall building, isn't it? If we have to fill all of that in. We might only build it up all the way on one side. I don't know. We can see. I guess we can see what we need. There we are. That is quite a tall build. Quite a tall build indeed. But I guess that's what it's gonna take to get a staircase up to connect the different layers. So I guess we can build this up. This probably can get that layer, because realistically we're gonna have to try and have the roof here on the inside somewhere. So yeah, this wall. That should do the trick for now. I guess some of that allows a wall, some of it doesn't. Most of it doesn't, actually. Guess we'll have to... Oh yeah, no, most of this does not really like... Oh, this is a big part. Why wouldn't it let me snap the large wall then? I guess it doesn't really matter, those little gaps. I guess that's just something you have to take for granted if you're trying to rebuild a ruin like this. Okay, now another one where we can try and build up the walls is, of course, the front here, which I guess is also where we can kind of better judge how tall this is going to need to be. Let's see, if I start a roof over here, does it kind of follow? I guess we don't need to... Oh, that's a large wall. I guess we can kind of probably start from here, because this is slightly steeper than the actual structure itself. So as long as we stay within the boundaries of that structure, I think that is the goal for this part. There we go. That would be our giant roof. For now, I'm just going to build this across. We, of course, might add some details to this edge. But it's nice to know kind of the boundaries of this build. And this is, I guess, the top layer, which is definitely very, very tall. But it's also good to know. It does make it a little bit easier that we can kind of just fill in within these giant pillars off to the side of the building. That really already limits like the amount of work that we need to do ourselves. But look how tall this is going to be. This is going to be insanely tall. So I think up here to the side, we're probably just going to have a few of these windows, of course. But even those, that, you know, that's barely gonna fill in anything. Like that's barely made a dent. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting, because of course it's not as easy to just add those windows everywhere, because we'll need a layer of ceilings every time we do one of those. So yeah, that is definitely going to be a little bit of a challenge, but I mean, just one step at a time is how we will build this entire thing. And this is definitely going to take us a while. All right, let's see. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 here. So that is actually an even number. I think what we want to do is then have 2 windows there, 2 windows here, and then probably we just want to have a wall here in the middle for now. And then have these connect back up to the sides with this structure. But we'll see where it takes us. I guess now we do in fact exactly know how tall these need to be, which is quite helpful. And then it's really going to be about just kind of filling in the gaps and seeing what works. Yeah, it doesn't seem to like the large walls in these gaps. I might be able to do it from here though. Is this still a large wall? Yes, okay, so one from the top is the large wall. There we go. Yeah, because at least filling in those sides, I feel like, is quite helpful. That's probably going to be too tall. 1, 2, 3 is what we need. But we might be able to get one on top of these. There we go. Yeah, that is one very tall wall, isn't it? Very, very, very tall. Well, you know, we'll fill it in bit by bit. I'm sure, I mean, we could actually probably also make some custom windows. Actually, that is probably exactly what we need to do. So what I need to test is, does this... No, that does not work on large walls. That is a bit of a shame. Okay, let's see. Let's make this a little bit wider, since we are working with a, you know, big building. And then I think we do want to have some details around these windows. So we can, of course, build them up a little bit. I guess we could go up like 6 high. So we're just basically gonna make some giant windows here. 6 high is not even high enough, I think. Need to go like 8. Wait, how high is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how high we need to go. At the very least, I think. And then I guess it is kind of just building up this shape. So I think that is kind of what the shape is going to end up being. Although, now that I think of it, I don't even know if that's going to work. Because I'm pretty sure there's no window pieces for these, is there? Might have to use a different skin for these. Yeah, because this does not have a skin for these pieces, does it? Not a full window. So I might have to use the Dwarven Builders cosmetic, the Swartalfheim skin. Is that still on here? Let's see. Do you work on all that? Oh, it does. Yeah, that's gonna save us a lot of time. So yeah, that's a life hack. With the copy tool, the variant cycle tool that I use, you can actually kind of copy and paste even if the skin hasn't loaded into your menu, which is a game changer. So yeah, this is going to be a giant double window because, I mean, we need to film the size of this building, and otherwise it's going to take literal years to do so. There we go. So yeah, definitely big window, but should look quite cool. I guess the main thing is what kind of details do we want, but maybe if we do something with stairs instead of normal roofs, that could be cool. And of course it's uneven, so we're gonna have a flat bit in the middle. Oh, but I think that kind of works. I guess something like this could work, because we're building on a giant scale now. It's not the normal scale that we're used to. It's like something giant we're working on. And I think that kind of works. So yeah, we'll copy these over to all of those large walls. And then also on these on top. And then we just need to cycle through. There we go. That's going to be a big window. Oh god. What is happening? Is my game? Yeah, game's frozen. But it's a start. So yeah, we're going to have rather large windows. And then underneath, I think we want to have some supports, you know, to make this a little bit nicer. But yeah, hopefully the skins will load in momentarily. Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm just gonna continue on this wall a little bit, because now that we have our big windows, I think we can have a little bit of a wall before you know, it kind of continues up with the rest. I would like to finish at least this wall. No, actually, I would like to finish at least the stairs going up so that we can lay down the foundation here and see if that works out. But that might be quite tricky. We'll see. We'll see if we can do that. Actually, you know, whilst we're waiting on the skins to load in, let's just kind of see what a potential foundation for that top layer would look like. So what I'm going to do is just bringing up a wall. This is not something we're going to keep, but this is just so that we can quite easily get a snap over to this layer actually seems to match up pretty nicely. And I think if I take out a foundation... Oh, I need a ceiling first. There we go. So if that is a ceiling, it means that that foundation is now snapped to the same spots. So that meets up with the rest of our structure. And then we can take out this entire wall because we didn't need that anymore. But then, you know, no matter what we end up doing, whether it is a staircase or it is an elevator, that is going to meet up with this layer. And that is going to meet up with the rest of this. So let's see what that looks like for all of these different sides. I think this... I mean, it seems to meet up quite nicely, doesn't it? Where did I have the gates on the inside or the bottom? Did I have it slightly more on the inside? I think so, yeah. So let's maybe stick with that for now. Because this up here, I think, is a pretty similar room to the one below. So I think this is probably what we're gonna use. Bring this across over here too. And that is kind of the basic shape, at least. We can see our walls again. We can also see that this didn't go flawlessly, but now we can continue. And we have our lovely window. And that definitely is going to help a lot, just kind of making this all stand apart a little bit. Oh, there we go. The red accents at the bottom are definitely very nice. And then, of course, those pillars around the side are going to be quite good too. I guess we want to at least do that for this side here. There we go. Yeah, that definitely helps. You know, trying to connect up and maybe get some stairs. Or at least get the foundation in this main building. I think. There we go. So we'll continue this all the way across. And again, these foundations now meet up with below. So that means the entire base can be connected once we start building a staircase. It's going to be the biggest stair you've ever walked on. It's going to take you about 10 minutes. But I think the elevator would still take longer because elevators are so slow in ARK, man. We really need like a tech elevator that teleports you up. That would be quite helpful. Although, I mean, you can do the same with just tech teleporters, I suppose. So maybe we don't really need them because you can kind of work around it already. There we go. So that is the top layer. And I think once again, we can kind of fill in these sides to begin with by placing down the behemoth gates. Actually, on this side, we want to move the gate a little bit more inwards. Just as on the other sides. So yeah, technically it should be over here. But yeah, I guess we probably do want to have actual gates in them. Just because it looks cool. And I guess we probably just want to have like balconies over here. I feel like that makes the most sense. I don't think we need to have them stick out any further than this. There we go. Because that's going to look quite nice already. And I actually think we might have some ramps underneath this. Because then we get that little accent of red. Which is quite cool. And then we can also have these railings again, which I really like. And then I guess we can... Oh, those don't match up. We're going to have to do something different for both of them, because otherwise I'm going to go mad. So I guess the structure will use something else. Or potentially they don't have variants. There we go. So 2 large walls is all we need to get up to the top here. Can I snap a wall again? There we go. I guess if it works. Oh yeah, saves us some structures up here, but I guess we do... Oh, I think I deleted the gate. That wasn't really what I meant to do, but it is going to make this next part a little bit easier, because we do want to have a little bit of the shape in here. And then we should be able to easily add in the gate itself. There we go. Awesome. There we go. I guess over here, potentially, I guess we could have some windows. Because, I mean, this is going to be visible. And then we might want to have a cool statue there. Fill in all of those. There we go. We'll focus on skinning in a little bit. For now, I think I'm just going to try and at least fill in the basics of these walls, because we've kind of already done that down below. And at least for this part, we just kind of need to have the same shape going on, so it's rather easy to fill in all of these. And there we go. I guess then 2 windows like that. And then if we can get the right snap point, you want to have those. Yeah, you should totally be able to do it with tanks from that waterfall. Not too tricky, I think. And once you get it into the tower, I think it's easy to connect the different layers. Because even if you can't necessarily, like if the top layer and the bottom layer are too far apart, if you bring over the water over here from the waterfall, you could have some water connections down here and up here, and it would still reach. But I'm pretty sure you'll be able to get bubbles touching each other from up and down, making sure you have irrigation going on everywhere so you can drink wherever you want and need it. Which is, of course, probably the way you want it, because it's kind of nice just to be able to have a drink, since this base is so big that it would be a bit annoying if you couldn't get it connected. There we go. We can build this up. We can get this connected from one side to the other. Do want to fill in those sides. It was a little bit hard to do from below, but it still works. Get some windows in there. And then if we can... There we are. That is the shape, or the walls we want, and then we want to shape it up. Get these entrances going. Awesome. So yeah, we'll fill up those sides here. And then the final wall is over here on this side. Just repeating the same. I guess not on this part, actually. We don't need it because that's still inside technically. Since we have the way up over here. There we go. And then we just need to shape this up and it should all align as we like it to. I guess we just need some doors in here, some windows. There we go. That should help us just fine. I guess this can turn into another balcony. Since, I mean, not a lot of space here, not necessarily anything we need over here. So we can just kind of also build this into a nice balcony we can fly in and out of. And then just nice railing along the side. Some ramps down below. Okay, for some reason it doesn't like me building anything in that specific corner, but we'll be at least able to add in a few details like this. There we go, just to make this look a little bit nicer. We can of course skin these with the Lost Colony ones to get a little bit of that red glow in here. And then we also want to add in the balcony and the railings, of course. There we go. So yeah, that's that side done. Of course, need to skin those with the right structures. Same over here. Then here we can still build something, but we'll do that, I think, next stream, because that's going to take too long to do all of this. But at least it gives us some decent options here. And we have, again, this is quite an easy place to just fill in. But of course, the important part is that we connected the two snap points, because that's going to be very useful. And I guess the next step we really want to do is to somehow connect these layers and build out or staircase down, which is going to be something. I think at least this layer needs to be filled in with ceilings so that the door can still open without issues. And then I guess this is where the staircase is going to start. And we'll see how far this is going to take us. It's probably going to be quite a big staircase, because it's a big tower to get up and down. There we go. That should meet up here again. We can build that against the existing structure. Kind of, I don't know if we want to build all this. Can't really do a lot with it, but yeah, we can turn around at least, and then we can build the next layer of the staircase going down. This is going to be a crazy staircase going up and down this. But I still feel like the elevator would be way too slow for this size. It's going to take you literal years if you wanted to do it with like an elevator. Yeah, the only downside here is we don't kind of want to just block the stair or the entrance here. So I think what we need over here is probably a way to connect. Like we might have a little bit of a layer over here. And then of course we'll still need to find a way down to the bottom layer. Well, yeah, that is a pretty big stair coming down here. I guess we can have this connected all the way. There we go. That seems fine. And then, I mean, it's probably the easiest just to have the stairs come down this side. Because, well, otherwise it's going to be quite tricky anyway. There we go. Meets up nicely in the corner, not too weird or too tricky. I guess we definitely want to have some railings, because you don't want to fall down here. I mean, if you walk down this, you better be careful. You don't want to come tumbling down all the way. Guess we do have a little extra platform here. Okay, so we have the stairs and the railings up to this point. I guess we want to make sure that we continue them up here. All the way, and then I can do the same thing over here. Make sure that we have some safe railings, of course. There we go. So that meets all the way up, and then I guess we can have a railing there. We don't need there. There's going to be a wall. And then we can have another giant staircase. But yeah, this is probably the best way. I wouldn't want to take an elevator. We once had a base on Aberration with a giant elevator, and they take so long. Also, very likely that I couldn't even get it up this high, because it would probably be outside of the generator range, and it would need another generator. And also, I don't know if there's even option to make elevators this tall. There's a lot of problems that might occur, so this is probably the most convenient way. It's not the most beautiful way, but it's pretty space efficient this way. I mean, it's not too bad, actually. It's not too bad. And we still keep most of the room here, so for breeding you can still use this entire room pretty much for all of your different breeding projects, which is quite nice. So I think what we will do here is some of these are going to be gates. I think the middle ones are going to be gates, and then we're going to have windows on the sides. Same over here, so that we can still reach the balconies on the side. There we go. Just bringing those in a little bit. Giving those extra details there. All right, let's add some windows in here. Because, yeah, we definitely want to have some of those. We kind of need to decide. Well, I guess I just decided, but if we have those as windows, we want these as gates, because we still want all of the different sides, I think, to be accessible. So, for example, these will just mean that that's the way to get over to the balconies. Because, yeah, all the balconies are going to be accessible and usable. There we go. We'll add these wherever we have gates. And the same over here. So yeah, we just want to make sure that all of these balconies are still accessible. Just because, I mean, we have them. Might as well use them. It also means that you can kind of arrive at the base from any side and just kind of land your flyer and enter the base without too much trouble, which is quite nice, I think. Okay, so we're gonna want to copy that variant so that we can get these windows in. And since my skin is not working, I'm gonna have to use the variant cycle tool to copy over these skins without having to relog. It's a really nice new feature in ARK where sometimes, your skins just aren't showing up and you kind of have to do relog, reinstall sometimes. But luckily, this tool can also still copy them. There we go. We have our gates there. We already had the gates here. And I think we'll add a little bit of a railing around here. Just to give a little bit more detail to it. I think that's going to be quite nice. Even though that this is a rather large wall, I still want to have a little bit of details. I think that works. You can still kind of notice that enough. Then I also would like kind of an accent wall, which I guess is going to be a little bit more tricky because of all the large walls we've used. But what I think I would like to try is basically have like a layer of this going across, just to kind of give some accents to break up the walls, basically. So I think what we will try to do is to just kind of add these in. There we go. Awesome. Yeah, just because it kind of breaks it up, it gives a little bit of those Lost Colony textures back into the build. And I guess I'm gonna have to copy over the rest of the Castle Craft skins, because again, for some reason my game decided not to load them in, even though I can see them. So yeah, we're gonna just change a bunch of these skins so we can kind of get a better feeling for what we've built so far. And kind of see what we think of it. So I guess everything under that line that we just added is kind of what we want to see. And obviously we're gonna still paint those skins. I mean, that is not looking too bad. Okay, so we're gonna add another layer of walls here for sure. And I'm not sure if I just want to do the same kind of... I kind of want these kind of windows. The downside, of course, is that I would need something like... well, some kind of ceiling, I suppose. Does it work? Could I just create kind of like fake balconies? Does that allow... Oh, it does allow the snaps. So maybe we could do this. Kind of fill those spots in. Fill up these walls up here. And then I guess we are gonna kind of create like these balconies. So they're not gonna be actual balconies. It's just gonna be details for the windows, I suppose, that we have. Maybe we can kind of do something like this. Because that will add a little bit of extra shape, I guess, to the build. Yeah, that kind of breaks it up. And oh, that would actually add a little bit of the gold textures. Could be quite nice. And then I think we just want to go for windows in here. But hopefully we can get this base finished today. That would be good. There we go. I think that's a pretty good start. Let's see if we can copy over the windows. So we'll have to paint them again, of course, because they are not red by default. Yeah, PlayStations do have a little bit more issues, although most of the things, I mean, there is PlayStation players on my community servers. They also do have some tips to make the performance a little bit better. But yeah, in general, it is definitely... It seems to be the one that struggles the most. Unless you have the PlayStation Pro, that seems to handle things slightly better. I think if we had something like this in front of the window, that might be some nice details. Let's see, because then we could copy the walls in here. So we can kind of just fill in those wherever we can. There we go. Yeah. Might be nice to have another one of these. I think we're probably at least want to just build up those layers. And then over here, we are just going to repeat what we just did, I think. Because again, especially having those nice windows really helps with a wall this big. And it's also just a really nice way to blend in the Lost Colony skins, because I think the gateways, that's probably the best part of that skin. So yeah, having a few of those in here is definitely very helpful. There we go. So that's a start. Then we can add in the supports again. Yeah, you can paint out the bob structures. Yeah. I don't know if the window itself would paint though. The edges, the wood on the edges would paint. Not sure if the window itself can be painted. Alright, let's see. We just want to fill in the window. Oh, there we go. So that's going to be the window. So we'll pretty much have another layer of those windows at the next layer. Oh, I really like these spikes on there. There we go. We'll add a few of those in again for these corners. Awesome. That would be up here. Is that still gonna fit over here? That is the question. Not really, is it? There's also a pterodon stuck inside of the tower. That's crazy. Interesting. I think... I mean, we could totally still do it on this side. But that might be better off if I then combine it to this layer here. Which also means that I could have done this with large walls. There we go. Because yeah, that just meets up quite nicely, so we might as well do that. Oh, nope. There we go. And I think probably this side we're just gonna fill in since there's already the ice before it anyway. Let's see. So yeah, we are probably doing that here just so that the window matches up with the layer that we actually have a walkway on. It's obstructed here. Oh, that is annoying. Oh, and now it's not obstructed. That's weird. I mean, I don't care because it placed exactly where I wanted to, so all good to me. And then we can have those arches up there. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. And then might add like a like some statues or something here. So we might have some statues there, something. Although maybe we want those a little bit lower. Let's have these supports first to see where we think we need those most. So we can have a half here and then 3. So yeah, probably over here, I'd say. It's probably around where we want it. Okay, fill in the middle. And then we can kind of just build this up. So yeah, this on the side, we're definitely just building it up because there's already a lot of ice in front of it. Same from that layer onwards, I think. It's just going to be a wall since, again, it's pretty much covered, so we don't really see much of it. And we can kind of just build up these structures to meet up with the roof. There we go. Awesome. So yeah, we have windows. In here. You want to have the railings, of course. All the way around. And then have the pillars over there. We can do the same here. I guess we can change all of those skins as well, because I mean, we kind of already know. I'm going to wait with the railings just because maybe painting them and not missing is going to be easier when I can see the railings instead of the skinned version. That's not what I want. Please. Just behave. Just snap in the right way. I guess that's all we need. Then a few normal walls. There we go. That is a giant wall, but we're getting there. Keep the statues going, so we could have another one over here. And potentially we could have another one over there. Just to kind of keep that similar. But yeah, that fits in quite well with the existing structure. And of course the other side, like the opposite side, that's going to be exactly the same. So I think I'll leave that out for now just to save some time during the stream. Because otherwise we're going to just end up doing the whole same thing again. And we'll probably focus on this wall first now. Because that's a bit more important. Can we get the right snap there? We can. Can we do that once more? We can. We don't seem to be able to do it again, so we'll go for normal walls. There we go. We can do that all the way. Yeah, so for this side, first of all, we kind of just want to build the frame. So we want to build up the side walls, which are going to be no, that's not right. That's overlapping. Okay. It's so weird that it won't let me fill anything in there. Yeah, it's going to just be a little bit of a gap there because it won't let me place any structures in. But yeah, this we want to just bring up pretty much all the way. There we go. just to kind of build the frame that we're going to be working with. And yeah, ideally, I guess we'd want to have some kind of big window, but we'll see. Let's see, we probably at least want to have a buffer this big before we do anything. So what we could do is build this out and we could have these. Well, actually, we could have a giant window frame if we wanted to. You could even have giant shutters if we open these and use them as like the world's largest window shutters. That could be a thing. And that would help also making the wall less flat, right? We definitely want to add those. Maybe have some ramps underneath as the supports. Actually, probably want to end it at those. And we can actually fill in the sides. So yeah, at least they will get a little bit of those Lost Colony accents this way, which is always nice. Okay, we'd want to have 2 of those right next to it. The only downside of this is that it would have to be a square window if we want to get the red window. Because unfortunately, those don't exist for slope walls. Otherwise, it would be these windows again, which we could go for. Because I guess we could have... Let's see. Unfortunately, these also don't have the shallow slope windows, because that would have been even better. Because we could really go for a custom shape. I guess a square window could also just work, because we're gonna have to have another thing up there. Which, let's just say that we would do another one of those layers. Could work. Let's see what that would look like. Because I do kind of like the big shutters. Because they add a lot of layers to the wall. So we could just have 2 big windows. I quite like that idea. There we go. And I guess these windows could be... I mean, we're going to fill them in. But you could, if you wanted to, not fill them in and use them as actual gates to get in and out of your base. You know, fly in and out. I think I'm going to go for the window look. because we have plenty of entrances already. But yeah, you totally could use it as a window that is open. So I think that is what I will do. There we go. We'll have to skin these. Okay, for the top, what we could do, because we need some kind of barrier at the end, I suppose. We could probably have at least a beam going across the top there. Okay. Yeah, I think at least... Also, I can't quite remember. Can I have those glass things on large walls? I don't think I can. Not these ones, but these. I think... Yeah, those do not work on large walls. So we're just gonna have to fill these in. I think at least the bottom layer, I'm just gonna make a functional window. So you're not gonna fly through this one at least. But that would make sense because if there's bigger creatures behind there, you'll just fly into them anyway. And we don't want that. So we'll copy this and we'll make this a very nice big window, which also will let in all of the light that we'll need. There we go. I mean, that is pretty nice. Maybe, yeah, we use this as an actual gate here. So then we can get rid of the beams. And then we can build in a little bit of this slope. So yeah, we would probably want to have some kind of platform here on the inside then. So that you could, I don't know, land flyers. Just underneath those windows, but that's fine. And I guess we probably don't need this to go all the way through. Just far enough that you have a little bit of space here to use. Probably this is about right. I mean, you could expand it, of course. And then I'm guessing we're best off trying to connect it to the staircase. Maybe actually that would be better off the other way around. Coming down with the stairs from there, which means we extend this with one. So yeah, we could have at least some flyers around here if you want to fly in and out of the base. Well, why is it split screen? What the heck? Yeah. And then I guess probably at the very least we can have a nice statue on top there. There we go. And I guess this means we can start bringing over these skins to this wall. If you look at it from a distance like this, it feels kind of just like this was already the structure, which is what we want, of course. That's kind of the vibe that we'll try to achieve. Okay, I think here at the end, we're going to kind of curve this out a little bit with the roof by adding another layer of ramps all the way across. There we go. And then I suppose I don't want to go too crazy because we have that window there. So I don't think I necessarily want to break up the roof too many times in weird things because yeah, we don't necessarily need it. What could be a nice detail is something like this, a little bit of a spike, and then especially if we combine it with railings that could be on top of the roof, that could be quite nice. So let's say we have like a gap of 3 before we do that again. Another gap of 3. And then I guess we could have it one more time over at that side. There we go. I mean, that probably already adds a little bit of intrigue to this roof, you know, makes it a little bit more interesting with those spikes. So I think what we're just going to do is we're just going to fill in the roof. I mean, it's still going to be a giant roof because this is just a very large building. But it definitely will look very cool, I think. I guess wherever we can, we will add the roofs. Oh. And this should help remove all of the snow that might still be on the inside. I love how this update's live now, that they fixed that. There's still, of course, a few structures that kind of always keep their snow, like the railings. But you know, that's already a huge improvement over what it used to be. So yeah, we'll just keep filling in all of these structures. Oh. Please. Don't do that. There we go. All the way round. Oh, don't misplace all of these, please. There we go. Oh, don't need that. There we go. Well, we will still add the details on there, but at least that fills in the gap quite nicely with an official Lost Colony Tribe Tower. I really hope that at some point they will do, with one of the new releases, if they do a skin, they will also do it for all of the utility structures, because it would be so nice if you can do your entire base in the same vibe, the same theme that they do the map. Same with the, I mean, honestly, same with the Frontier, the Steampunk, and everything they've done so far, of course. But since we already know we're going to get like pirates and galaxy wars and stuff, would be nice to see skins for our structures and also for the utilities so that we can make them fit in. That's definitely my highest wish list. But of course, if they don't, there's always the options for going for like custom cosmetics, because modders are definitely doing an amazing job at filling in those gaps. Yeah, I think that is simple yet efficient to detail these roofs, which is exactly what we want, because on such a large scale, yeah, we don't want to do too many little things. It's going to just make it look very weird. So there we go. That would be it. The windows are from Castle Craft. Well, I guess we better start skinning all of this. All right, let's focus on this side over here. Again, we're gonna start with the corners because, well, we kind of need to feel out where we can actually place these structures. There we go. And then I think probably over here we want to do the same. How many walls do we have left is the question then. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's a shame, because it would have been a lot easier if it was even, I think. Although, so do we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I guess that is fair enough. For the height of this part of the build, we probably at least want to go this high. Just because any creatures we would be able to breed in here then. Which I think is still the goal. If this is going to be the breeding part of the build, we'd want to try and make sure that pretty much all the creatures could be bred in here. Which also means we can actually have, again, some of these gateways along the side so that you could get to the balconies, and some of them are going to be windows again, I think. There we go. Could we do something like that? I guess we could. We could even do something like this, and then instead of having walls in between these, we can just have some gates in between the windows. There we go. I think that could definitely work. And then for this side, of course, that means we can also fill in these. We can have our walls going across both sides. And nope, that's not where I wanted it. Why do you not wanna? There we go. snap to the right pieces. Let's say we just fill in these sections like normal. And then I actually think I want to try something different here to get a little bit more of the Lost Colony structures in here. So I think what we'll do is we'll have a few of these sections. Just like that. And then we're going to work with some of the variants, because we can have these, the fake windows, which unfortunately aren't actual windows, but they kind of look like it. And I think we could have something like this, where it just looks like a bunch of windows. I think that could work. Yeah, it would have been really nice if we had actual windows. I really don't know why they didn't add any stained glass. Or even just make this transparent in there. But hey, I've said that a lot of times now. You know, it is what it is. We'll manage. We'll find ways around it. And we'll still build pretty cool things regardless. So there we go. We have our entrances there. We have our fake windows. We'll have our actual windows in here. I think we're probably gonna do the same on the other side. There we go. And we can fill those in. Then there's going to be windows in here, of course. We can fill across the top here. And then we can kind of just keep filling that all the way up. There we go. Same over here. And we'll go and create these same kind of window shapes. And then we'll change the variants again. There we go. So now we want to bring over one of the windows in here. And the same over there on that side. And then the same over here on this side. And over here. Awesome. Kind of shaping up these different sections. Would this actually help a little bit if we had some more texture to these by adding in these pillars along the sides? And then guess we could even add these on the top. Not sure if that helps. Maybe not. Also kind of depends what I was going to do above anyway, I guess. Don't know if I like that a lot. I think I might at least want to have beams at the bottom. I guess that probably means we should have them at the top too. There we are. I mean, just okay. Imagine, of course, that the wall isn't bright like this. Let's actually make sure we get the full picture here. I think that is definitely gonna help. And I mean, if we're speaking about the right picture, of course, it also means these windows. And now that should look quite nice. And then if we were to add in our roofs, I think we might be onto something that looks quite good. We could even, instead of the things that I was adding before, I guess we could even have those kind of interruptions above the windows that we have. That kind of helps to break up those side a little bit. And then I guess I might want to have one layer just being normal all the way from one side to another. And then I think in here is where we'll have to build another layer. That is above the gate. That's good. It's going to make it a lot easier. But also kind of depends on the front, of course, what we're going to be able to do. But yeah. Might add a few of these on the top. And why not? Add in these railings. And not just those railings. We actually also want to have railings alongside the ceilings. Let's see if we can have one here at the end. We very much can. And then I think at least the ceilings and those railings we can change to Lost Colony. There we go. And then we'll once again copy over those spikes for these parts on the roofs. And then we also want to add these things at the bottom, at the top. And then pillars around the sides. Oh, not in the middle. And then we can change those skins again, of course. Oh, we messed up a window. There we go. That is a good start. We also want to paint the windows before we forget. So let's add these in, but then first, let's make sure we paint these windows, so we can't forget that. There we go. Oh god, that's not the wall or the roof we want. Yeah, we'll add these little additions again. Just so that looks all nice. And then we can add in these little spikes on the top. And another layer of roofs. All the way across. There we go. And our ceilings. And our railings. Getting the details in on the sides at the very least. And then of course we also want to have these railings in place again. That seems to be totally fine. And then of course this would have to continue here. Oh, we can even have a roof there. That's pretty nice. And then of course we'll need to figure out the front of this building here. But the side is definitely looking quite good. Yeah, the city is definitely pretty intense. Okay, let's build up these windows here. And what else do we want to do here? Do we want to add anything more? Because we could also just kind of build it up to there. Then I'd probably at least have that roof here, although it's not going to do much because we don't have a lot of other roofs over here. Because yeah, we're going to have a greenhouse on top of here still. It's going to be the next build. So this is pretty much going to all just be part of the build. We'll have, of course, some stairs leading up to the entrances here. There we go. We'll have to fill in all walls for this layer, that's for sure. But what else do we want to do over here to kind of make this a little bit nicer? Maybe we can just add a few additions. So let's say we add one here and we add one there. Maybe we do it from the corners though. So then we have 4 left. So we have the railings. I think we'll remove this because it doesn't make a lot of sense to have that necessarily. And I think probably underneath there, we just want to have a few of these large walls so we can just kind of fill in those gaps. Yeah, it is a pretty cool building spot for sure. It is very big once you start actually rebuilding it. Like, you realize how big of a base you can build here quite easily. It's a really good spot though. Okay, so what I think we'll do over here is make those a little bit beefier. And we're gonna have some supports to the side. Yeah, maybe we just kind of have these. So it's a bit more of a castle vibe on this side, which I think is fitting. Then we could, of course, have some more of those windows in here. There we go. So these, of course, will be the Lost Colony skins then. Okay, so we'll have the railings there too. I think that kind of sums it all up. I can't connect these, but that's fine. So yeah, in my mind, this already looks pretty cool. Of course, you can't see it completely yet, but I promise it will be good. All right, I think it's time to start transforming this by copying over some of our castle skins. So first of all, of course, these walls to get the castle walls in place. We can also do that for most of these here. There we are. I think that should also help us. Should I do this? Or get a little bit more of those Lost Colony vibes in here? I might go for that. Just to kind of blend the two styles together a little bit more. And there's a wall behind it anyway, so kind of works out. Will all make sense in a little bit. Then... Oh, I didn't paint them yet, but... Or I didn't change the skins yet, but we'll paint them already. Before we add in the windows. Might as well. Because I wanted to paint the castle. And this will just save us some time. Transform this side into something nice. All the way up to the top here. That is already starting to look nice. Then for these new railings that I've placed, I actually also want to paint those. So we're just gonna go along the side, and it's gonna only be the ones on this side, I think. There we go. And I think we'll do the first one around the corner, since that belongs to the little extension we build. Okay. So should be able to copy things over now. Did we have a statue in here? There we go. We can add some of those to the right spots. We of course want to add in the windows now. That looks quite cool. And then finally, what we want to do up here is get these battlements, because I think that will look quite nice. Give it a little bit more of a castle-y feeling for sure. It also means that I still need... Oh, no, I don't need the beam. I need the pillars in some of these corners. And obviously I'll need to rotate them to the right orientation. There we go. And then we can paint them too. Just need to find the pillars. There we go. And with those in place, yeah, that's gonna look a little bit more like a castle now. Which is quite nice. Definitely want to make the dragons a bit bigger. And oh, this baby bird is flapping very hard for its life. And then I think on top of this, I probably do want a little bit of a roof, because otherwise it feels a little bit weird. So I think that is what we're gonna do to make this wall a little less flat. And then we'll copy over some of those spikes again. There we go. That should help break up this wall. Yeah, I think that looks quite nice. Looks a little bit more like a fortress on that side. And that also means we can start filling most of this in. Do I want to have some kind of cellar door here somewhere? Because we could add one. 1, 2. So let's say we do this. That's 4. Because we could add a cellar door. We might as well, right? It might be useful. Oh god. If you want to drop off things into the base. And we can do the same over there. Then I guess we just want to bring out the behemoth cellar door. Which way is it going to open? I kind of think that I would prefer it all the way around. Nope, that's still the wrong way around. There we go. Now it should open the right way. Okay. Oh, jeez. Why is that sound so loud? What the hell, wild card? That is insane. I'm not even going to close it again. I'm scared. That was insane. Oh my god. Well, let's also add some beams around the edge. I would like to have it closed when I'm not using it. But Oh my lord. That was loud. Alright, let's fill in the rest of the roof here so that we can add some greenhouses. Now, the greenhouses, of course, we can't make too big because if it's too tall, we lose our effectiveness. So we kind of just want to make sure that whatever we build isn't too tall. And I've got some ideas of what we could do. But, yeah, we'll see what kind of fits and works. First of all, we'll have to make our entire floor. There we go. Well, that is the building closed off for now. And let's get out a bunch of our greenhouse things. I could have... Wait, this is the middle. So... that would be equally wide on all sides. It's not going to have effectiveness all the way at the back, I think. So that's probably where you want to keep like your storage or your fridges and stuff. But let's just start shaping out a greenhouse that we like. I think potentially I would like to have walls that are 3 high. And we might have to just kind of add an inner wall. I don't know if that's needed for effectiveness, actually. You know what we'll do? We'll place down a crop plot to see... Do we want to have a normal one? We'll place one of each. I guess the new tech ones are really the new stars, so probably the ones that we want to use. But who knows? We'll add some of the regular ones for fun. If I can get decent placement on them. There we go. We can have a path in the middle of the normal crop plots. So right now, no effectiveness, of course. That is what we expected. If you tried using quantum floor skins with this, I guess that could work, yeah. I try to not do too many skins in one build if I can help it, except for the decor. There we go. So if we start with this, what is the effectiveness? Oh, it's already 300% in the middle. 500 for these. Damn, look at that. So I guess that means whatever I've done is already a success at some of the layers. I think what I want to do is kind of have like a nice rounded ending to these. I think that would be quite nice. It does mean that I have no snap points for those for some reason, which is great. I guess I could probably get some if I have these. And then hopefully they can stay when I remove those. There we go. That's perfect. So this is the bare minimum of the greenhouse that I would want. I do think we're going to add a little bit more though to give it even more shape. So what I'm going to end up doing is having some small additions to the sides here. Just to make this more interesting, I suppose. The problem is that they would end up being the same height, which is exactly what we don't want. Unless we make this even one higher. Could we do that? I mean, we could try and do it and see if the effectiveness stays. It's probably going to drop this entire front, isn't it? Oh, it seems to... Yep, there we go. So ideally what I would do is raise these up by one more, which is going to make them quite tall, but that would allow the side bits to be that high before we have these being this high. Let's see if there's still any effectiveness left on the inside once we have the roof on. Yeah, I don't know why the cellar door makes that noise that loud. That's crazy. There we go. Let's just have those all the way across. Let's see what the effectiveness is now on the inside. Yeah, they seem to be totally fine. So this works, which is amazing because that also means we can have these to the side, which just means even more greenhouse, I guess, to utilize. We'll also still need to build like a way up here, of course. But right now we're just designing a nice building on top, which is looking quite nice, I think. You could, of course, use this as just a greenhouse design next to your Gothic build if you don't want to build the rest of the building and just this. This could work. Because we're going to skin it, of course, to look more Gothic. More Lost Colony. Oh, let's flip these the right way around. Do I just want to have double doors there? I think so. There we go. So that's kind of the vibe that we're going to go for. I think we definitely want to have those pillars on the corner. We want those. And I probably want to have these. There we go. Let's see if we... Nope. Can't really add anything else there. Let's add those doors. Very nice. And then, of course, obviously, these doors are still going to be the Gothic-y skins. And the roofs are definitely going to be, of course, as well. For sure. So we do all of this. And then, at the very least, we're going to add those roofs. But I think we want to have some slight additional details. So I am going to add these around the outside. Just so that we have a little bit more detail, right? Okay. And then, of course, we can do these. We can do the main roof. I guess we don't really want to extend the main roof, because if we do that here, we might influence the effectiveness below. Oh, this is actually gonna auto open for me. This should still have all the effectiveness. Great. We might want to add a few of these pillars in here and there, just for some decorative purposes. There we go. And then we can add the skins to them. Okay, and I think then what we want to do, at least for the main part, is the bottom layer, I think we want to change to the Lost Colony skins. But then we want to have the neutral one, so the same on both sides. So we'll do that all the way around. There we go. And I think I'm probably going to keep the greenhouse glass, and I'm just going to paint the window regions, which should look pretty decent. We tested this before the last stream. And at least this makes it feel a bit more fitting. But I think in this case, for a greenhouse, I mean, for a greenhouse, the greenhouse walls work quite well. So I think that is what we're gonna go for these. And we just want to bring these all around. There we go. That should be the entire main bit painted. Hey, and look at that. That transforms it a lot from the outside, of course. So I think, yeah, on these, again, I'm just going to paint the glass. There we go. There's not a lot visible, of course, from these sides with the roof additions, but that is totally worth it. So we'll do those little extra details around these edges too. And we can kind of just add these again. I'll show the base from a distance in a second. Let's just add these around. And we can go all the way. Okay, still need a few little details, I think, for the greenhouse. So what we want to do here is just add those and then add some railings, of course. So we'll do that from one side to the other. We can change those skins and then oh, nope, not that one. We want to copy over some of the spikes again, of course. That hopefully also shouldn't influence any of the effectiveness. And that's kind of the greenhouse, I think, that we're going to add on there. So there we go. That is starting to look quite nice. So these two buildings are a little bit more utility focused. But look quite nice. And then this one especially. This angle's good. So let's see. We could potentially start a staircase over here, I think. Let's get these pieces back on the hotbar. Because we're done with the greenhouse. Yeah, so I think this is where the stairs can kind of start to go down. So potentially they could loop around and come down here so that they're just in the corner. I mean, to be fair, we might not want all of this. We might want to keep this smaller, and I hate to do it, but we might want a... Oh, I need to change these. I might want to sell a door. So I don't need the railing. Because then we can close it off, right? Oh, why did I delete it? So yeah, we can close it. I'm not even gonna try and open that just because of noise risks. So, but I think this one is actually fine. Yeah, this one's normal. Okay. So we'll just close that. So we'll have a simple staircase around the side here so that you can get to the roof and to the greenhouses. You can do all of your breeding in here. Definitely a ton of space for breeding. And then we have the greenhouses effective on top there. We have a cellar door to drop in some bigger tames. We have a lot of room here. So yeah, this is definitely going to be a good breeding base on the top layer that leads into the mountains. So I think that is something that we'll work on now. I don't think we're going to go too crazy on this because there's already a lot of structures. Actually, speaking of structures, let's kind of check the count again. I guess this side isn't completed yet, so we can't really be sure. But yeah, I think with this wall, this might slightly go over the official limit. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's going to be... Yeah, it's over the official limit already in the middle. But technically, if you start building from the middle outwards, you might be able to pull it off. You won't be able to add anything in the middle anymore, though. That is the only issue. But yeah, if we build this edition, it's definitely going to be bigger than official. So you're going to have to pick and choose, I suppose, which sections you want or not. Okay, let's see how far do we want to bring this outward. I think probably around this is fine because we kind of just want a cool entrance here. And that's kind of it. So I think if we do that, I mean, it's going to have to be the big gate, right? That's going to be kind of the main thing. Which means that this will be kind of the way up to that entrance. I don't think it will let me snap that to the side, so we'll just keep it like this. We'll fill in the main gate. And we can, of course, get ready to skin those all. So that's the start. Of course, we're gonna try and add a bunch of details to this. And we might even try to add a tribe tower to this too. So I think this is what we'll bring back into the main structure. So we can kind of just, start filling in. Yeah, it is a long rewatch if you want to build this for yourself. And it's probably going to be longer than just rewatching, because if you're trying to build it at the same time, you know, it's going to take more time, of course. At least with one of the new skills, the Wisp, you can build pretty much with Creative Flight, even if you're in survival, which will help a lot. But yeah, getting all the resources as well, of course, is definitely a little bit of a challenge. Okay, so I think that is the size we want to bring back. Okay, there we go. We can fill in this foundation. So this is the very basic shape, at least, that we want to bring out. Of course, we're going to add some details to make that nicer. Also, let's clear out this weather, so it is all nice and shiny again. So I think, let's see. We're probably gonna want to have a few towers here and there. So what about having a tower right there, and having a tower right here. So just around the outsides of the main building, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. So kind of after 4 here, 4 there, we could have another little tower at the side, potentially. Because I think for this entrance, we kind of want to mimic a little bit more of a castle vibe. I think that's what we're going for. And then we'll add those in. I guess that's definitely not going to have anything special. We can add large walls right next to the gate, of course, to bring up to the right height. Let's open this for now so that we can more easily work with whatever is going to go on the inside here. And then, of course, we'll have some quarters and the shallow slope walls. We've made this shape a few times, but we'll definitely need it back here at the main entrance. And then, yeah, closed, of course. This is also gonna look quite cool. Yeah. Yeah, really, the gate skins, definitely some of the best parts about the Lost Colony skins. Definitely. So, I think then probably these is also what we want to raise up. Just like that. And I think we probably want to make these towers just slightly higher than the main structure. I think that would look cool. And I think then we're just gonna have battlements right across the top here. Something is really going all out and yelling. I think a lot of creatures. Oh, there's a man as well. Everything's just getting stuck in my beautiful build. It's not what we want. Let's get these large walls on there. So yeah, these as well. We want to raise up 2 higher than the initial structure. There we go. And of course, those towers will have like some nice windows along the side. I don't know if there's going to be a little functionality in there. Probably. Oh, what the hell happened there? Oh, they're fighting inside of those walls. That's weird. Yeah, we'll probably have at least a ladder going up, right? That makes sense. Okay, so for the rest of these structures, I guess right next to the tower, it makes sense to just be a wall. It makes sense to just be walls on those kind of corners. And I guess that also means over here. I guess, although these need to be open because that's where the entrance to those towers are gonna be. There we go. So yeah, these of course are gonna have some entrances to the towers themselves. And then in the middle of those, of course, we're going to have large walls. That is no issue. We can have doorways to each of these towers that we'll have. Very nice. And then I think to start with, we'll probably just have some lovely windows along the side. Awesome. Yeah, and again, of course, those window frames are then going to be Lost Colony, because that is just going to look very nice. And then we want to bring over some of our window skins. So the Castle Craft windows. Because even up here, I think we want to keep that thing going. Match the rest of the aesthetic, of course. Very nice. So that's going to be the big window. So yeah, it's going to be tower, 2 windows next to it. I feel like that's a pretty good look. Then we probably have some beams at the bottom here. We could have some more walls being built up here. There we go. Yeah, that's probably a good way to add some details to these. And then we're gonna kind of use one of the designs that we used on the other walls. So some of those fake windows, the Lost Colony windows. There we go. Because that would just kind of help fill up the rest of this wall. We do want to add, I guess, another layer on top of there. And even though I couldn't fit in a large wall there, I can still fit in some of the walls. And then once we've done that, it should allow us to at least add some railings on top of these walls. There we go. Yeah, that's going to be the side. That's going to be the front. Of course, can we continue these? Nope, not that one, because that's going to be part of that tower. And we can also continue this up here. I don't think there's going to be any that I can place. Let's place in all of these walls here. So yeah, on the side, we're going to have those pillars. And then, of course, the beams. Should look quite nice. And then we'll do the exact same thing as on the other side here. Change these all to the window variant. Well, the fake window variant. There we go. And then on top, it's going to be the railings, which are going to be the battlements, of course. So that should all kind of line up. Then we just need to make the towers, and yeah, then we should get a little bit of a more like fortified castle-y look for this, which should be quite nice, I think, hopefully. We'll see. And yeah, Should we... Let's skin the main structure first, so that we can kind of see the basics of that, and then we can work on the different towers, which are kind of going to be similar, I suppose. I guess we might as well skin that one on the inside. There we go, that's a full wall. We can already bring in that, of course. Yeah, I guess all of these large walls that are already placed, we might as well change the look of. Okay, this is where we need to open this again so that we can have these be changed to. There we go. We of course need a wall in there. And we can do this all over again for this side of the building. And then I guess the outside here of this tower we can do too. There we go. And then I'm not going to do the railings yet because it's easier if we paint those first. So let's start doing some of those paints now. Awesome. So with that out of the way, if we now get the trim skin again, we should be able to get our battlements in here. There we go, which will help already get a little bit of the castle look in here. There we go. Looking quite nice. And of course the towers are really going to help transform this to a next level, I think. So let's see what we want to do with these. I think it makes most sense if one side doesn't have any windows. So this we can just kind of build all the way up. Then I think we want to have some of the tall windows on these sides. And then we probably want to have some normal walls again. Then we can have some windows again. And then I guess the final layers are just going to go up like that. And then at the very top, of course, we want to have the battlements, and we'll have, or well, actually a floor. And I guess in this case this is also where we would have some stairs up to it. I might even add those just in case, because yeah, might actually be something that we need. So yeah, that's not really looking like a tower too much now, of course, but it definitely will when we're done with it. So yeah, we want that one. I guess at the very end we want to have the large wall come up. We want to have the walls here at the bottom, the double windows, normal double walls, more windows, and then that should match up what we did on the other side. And then we can once again add in the floors here. So that will be another one of these towers. We can add in the tower itself, or the stairs to the tower itself. There we go. I guess. I mean, we do kind of need the railings. And then we need the railings on top of there, of course. But yeah, we also definitely want them along the sides of those. And then we want to add in some doors. There we go. Hello there. Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, so let's fill all of these windows in. Of course, once we start skinning them, that's all gonna make a lot more sense. But we'll first build up all of the different towers before we do any of those. I guess we kind of also want to build up that, because otherwise it doesn't make a lot of sense. So here we have actually a few different sides. I do think it's going to be easier to keep this the same for those. So I think on top of this, we're just gonna build up that wall again. And then here at the front, we're also just gonna have that wall, just so that we can match the other side. It's going to be a bit easier. There we go. And then of course we want to raise up these all the way. We can have basically the same pattern, I think, for all of the rest of the walls. I think that makes the most sense, to kind of just follow along with the same pattern. So that would be one tower. And then this is going to be another. Oh god. Please place. And then finally those walls up here. Let's also add in the windows right away. There we go. Then, of course, we can add in the ceilings at the top. And then probably one of these ceilings we actually would remove to add in the ladder, so that you can get up and down, of course. But I don't think we'll bother about those right at this moment. And technically you wouldn't have to add the ladder in every tower, because I doubt you're going to use all of these towers to get up and down. So yeah, really you only need it in one spot, or maybe not even, if you're going to fly up here anyway, like you might do. So yes, we will add the sides to these stairs. And I guess we probably also want to have the railings. I think actually the stairs and the railings of this side at least is going to be all of the Gothic skins. There we go. So yeah, that would be all of the little towers for this section, at least for this layer. So let's see what that is going to look like. So we'll copy this one first on top of these windows. And of course we're going to do that all the way around for all of the windows that we have. Actually, let's not forget there's multiple layers of windows. There we go. Of course, we're going to have to change some of the variants to make it all work, but it's a start. Gonna get some more of the stained glass windows in here. finally. So yeah, now we should be able to cycle the variants, and then we can add the nice curves to the top layer of these windows. There we go. We can have a few more of those, and then at least all the windows are in place. Yeah, having some flags and stuff on the wall is gonna look even nicer, of course. Then we can kind of just go around and also change the rest of these wall variants. There we go. We're getting closer to having this entrance looking like a nice, worthy entrance for this base. So, first of all, I think at the top of these towers, we can just use the Lost Colony skins too. There we go. Yeah, one of the towers is definitely also going to be the entrance. So for the rest of this, we can just make sure that we have the ceilings in place. There we go. And then a bunch of ceilings to make sure that this is all covered. There we are. Just a few more ceilings. I've got a lot of ceilings and foundation still to skin, but, you know, that's not going to be the hardest job, so I don't think we need to do that now. And then I think what we'll do is, since we have been talking about a tribe tower, we could add one here. Which should hopefully be able to line up quite nicely here. Somewhat in the middle. Let's see. I guess this would be the middle of... And then it's still gonna fit, because otherwise, of course, we can't go too close to the building because it won't let me place it. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a single ceiling that we want. Because that's where we can snap the tribe tower to. And that should mean it's kind of perfectly in the middle, which it seems to be. That of course doesn't look great. So what we want to do, we want to have the utility. Can we copy that somewhere? Have I used some Castle Crafts decor somewhere, or utility? Yes, I have on these utility skins. So hopefully if I go here, we can then make this look like a tower, and it will actually stick through. But I think there's now a variant with no foundation, and there we go. That is gonna fit in quite nicely. That's gonna add us an extra tower up there. And I think for the sake of structures, we're not gonna add too much more than this, because otherwise it's just gonna be way too much. But we can make that match. And if we add some tributes, that's going to light a nice fire. And that's just going to have a little fortress at the at the entrance here. And then I guess if we wanted to, maybe not for all of these, but for some, we could perhaps add a little bit of a roof. Maybe only for the ones here at the side. There we go. We can have those pillars go up, and we'll have some little roofs just to add a bit more. There we go. That would be the roof, of course, that we can add on top of those. And I guess if we wanted to add anything, it would have to be like this. Which we can do. Just to make it slightly stand out more. And then we're going to have a few more of the Lost Colony skins. There we go. And you could add some pillars on top, of course, if you want to make those stand apart a little bit more. But yeah, just to add a little bit of snow, I guess. Mostly snow is what we'll see. But yeah. There we go. I think that is oh, hello there. Yeah, I think that is what we'll use for this entrance. A little bit more of a castle-y vibe, but I think that fits the whole theme. And then in general, I mean, except for this wall, of course, but I just need to replicate what we have on the other side. But since we already have such a long stream, I think that is going to be where we leave it. Let's see if we actually did do everything. I am pretty sure that we did. So let's have a good look around what we've done. We've got the crafting hall over here. We have the breeding hall with the greenhouse on top. We have the giant staircase tower, which that honestly, it does look quite nice that it's fully filled in. So if you wanted to, of course, you could replicate that on both sides. Yeah, I mean, that would not be possible on official for sure. But yeah, that would definitely be an option if you want an insanely big base. And then we have a little castle-y entrance here on this side, which I think is also quite nice indeed. And that makes for a pretty nice base. I do need to paint some more windows there. It's fine. It is totally fine. We have rebuilt this Gothic tower as a proper Gothic castle outpost. And I think it turned out pretty cool indeed. So, yeah, that's been one hell of a build project, but we've managed to turn it into something quite cool, I think. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, don't forget to leave a like. If you're on YouTube, subscribe, of course, or follow. And then hopefully I'll see you again in the next video or the next stream. For now, it's going to be it for me for today. I'll see you soon in another video on another stream. Goodbye.